This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Pet Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Hang out with us during our all-day dog grooming live streams and enjoy our great chat community. All right, let's get busy. Hi guys, I am starting my day with getting my prep done, and I wanted to have a little bit of a conversation with you guys. We're running a poll today, and the poll is holding the beard or chin hair necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes? There was a discussion in a new groomers group last night that I got myself involved in, and the comments were interesting. So I'm going to read you some of the comments because I've got a few minutes. I'm not started yet. My dogs aren't here yet. So let me go here. And some were calling me out because I may have held chin hair while I'm streaming. So some of the comments are, how else are you going to groom? I think, how else are you going to groom? You think the dog is going to stand still? That's probably the safest way to groom them. I've seen groomers holding the dog's necks. Not sure what way is better. It seems rude, and I get it, but dogs move randomly, so it's to keep them safe. And then another says, so grab your own hair in a small pinch and move. It hurts. Hold a large section of hair and move. Doesn't hurt at all. So for my hold, I take a decent amount of hair under the jaw, not really the chin, but almost like the head is resting on my hand. I keep a gentle hold that way that I can adjust depending on how the dog behaves and moves. I also make sure I always have a thumb under the jaw where the tongue muscle is, so I can feel when it's about to flick out. And then another says, that's the same one, hold on. One says, yes, holding them by the beard is for everyone's safety. Sometimes you need to be quite firm. If they're playing up, and this one dog I'm currently in the middle of grooming needed to be held by the scruff. I was pretty appalled too when I first saw that, but now I understand why. It's common sense. Let's go to the next one. Why are you calling them chin hairs and not the beard? Just say you're not a groomer. I did call it a beard, and not all dogs have a full beard. Some are just chin hairs. I'm not a groomer. Does that make you feel superior to somebody wanting to learn? Another says, I never did until recently. I only do it with dogs who move their head too much and I need to shape their face. Other than that, I try not to. It just depends on the dog. Not harmful either. It shouldn't be a forceful hold. Some dogs move and get out of my hold since I'm scared to hold on to it tighter, but some dogs actually stay still, which is helpful. Let's go on. Another one says, nothing wrong with holding the beard as long as you're not pulling on it hard. Anyone that says different is a snowflake with emotional issues. Then I responded, I am not a snowflake. I am a professional who doesn't hold the chin hair. So then I was called out on that because somebody found a picture that shows me holding the chin hair or maybe holding the chin hair. Another says, safer alternative, LOL. I don't want to take out a dog's eye because they chose to flail at the wrong moment. Another says, I'm sorry. How the hell else are you supposed to be able to groom their face? Another says, I already read that one. Let's go on. Let's see. That one we already read. I screenshotted some of these because I thought it was interesting. Another says, have you seen how the hair is removed from some breeds' ears? Twist and rip. Holding a dog by its scruff is not being mean. It's not. Most dogs are not bothered by it. But if they are, I hold them under the jaw. So, and then as we got into this morning, let's see here. Go back here. So this is where today's, why isn't this showing today? Come on. It's not showing today's. Let's try again. No, not showing today's. Anyway, I said I would run this poll today because I was called out on holding dogs' chin hair, and I do try not to. I will admit that I did it for many years because that is the way that groomers are trained. But the reason why I stopped, let me get started on this. The reason why I stopped is I live stream and video all my grooms and have for years. And so I can go back and review. I need to blow these off. Hold on. I need to be able to review sometimes what I'm doing and the dog's responses. And I did see with my own eyes how the dogs responded. And I found that when I watch myself groom and I hold the hair, the dogs pull back and don't cooperate as much as if I cradle their head or, you know, do a C-shape hold on the head. So, you know, sometimes my hands do revert back, or sometimes the dog moves quickly and it's a quick, you know, regain control of the head and readjust my hands. But I have been trying to get out of that habit. And it is a habit, you know, when you do something for so long. But my answer to the question is no, you don't have to hold the beard hairs or chin hairs. But what's your opinion? If you groom your dogs at home, do you hold them by the beard? If you're a groomer, do you find it safer to hold them by the beard? Do you think it's absolutely necessary for the dog's safety to hold them by the beard? What's your opinion? Let me know. Oftentimes people wonder what the purpose of my live streams are. Primarily the main purpose, I'm talking without my microphone being up. Sometimes people wonder what the purpose of my live streams are. Is it to teach people how to groom their dogs? Is it to teach groomers how to groom without going to grooming school? No, neither really. The main purpose of my live streams is to let my clients watch their dogs being groomed and to have an open window right onto my table, right into the tub. So that's my primary purpose of my live streams. But I do believe that if someone is aspiring to be a groomer, whether they're a groomer yet or not, being able to see a real working salon that shows everything all day is helpful to decide whether they want to be a groomer at all. And dealing with those rude comments when you have such a simple question, is it necessary to hold the chin hair? You know, having those kind of rude comments is a huge turnoff to even wanting to be a groomer. So I suggest and promote that we should be more inviting, because we need new people coming into the industry. People are leaving this industry faster than ever before because of the hard work involved, especially when it comes to dogs like Doodles, the big Doodles. It's a lot of work. It's hard on the body. It's frustrating, and people leave because of body issues or whatever, you know, and so we need new people. We need to inspire new people. So if my streaming inspires somebody or helps to answer questions, or, you know, just as a general rule, if I can come up alongside anybody with questions, I will. But sometimes it's hard, you know, and like last night or this morning, I was accused of doing this just for content, and that basically I'm a hypocrite. And it's like, no, I'm constantly ever changing, ever learning, ever trying to improve. That's all I do. Sometimes I get stuck in a rut just like everybody else, but you know, I'm just living my life here, and I've got a camera on. So the video that they used that said I was trying to make content, I hired content creators, and they charged me $1,500 for, I think it was 4 videos, which was ridiculous because, you know, that was for Instagram. So I didn't have time to create content, and I wasn't live streaming, so I hired them. I wasn't happy at all with what they did, but you know, yeah, that was for creating content, but I paid for it, you know. This is just living my life, honestly. And this is just showing my clients, yeah, the tools are maintained, the dogs are cared for, and the tools are disinfected, and the tub's disinfected, and all that stuff. That's the main purpose of all this. And embracing the new systems of AI, search engine optimization. Since the old ways of search engine optimization no longer work, you know, that's a huge reason of why I keep myself out front here. There's a number of reasons. And I enjoy it. And I feel safe having every dog live streamed. I actually feel safer because everything is shown and nothing is hidden. Therefore, there's no guesswork as to what might have happened with the dog, you know, or what's taking so long on the groom, or am I finished with the dog yet? Stuff like that. So the alcohol in the blades is not for disinfectant. It's for getting the oil that I just put on out from between the teeth and off the surface of the blade. I disinfect my tools after every dog all day long. This is just to dissipate oil so I don't have any buildup of hair between the teeth as a result of oiling the friction areas of the blade. You know, and a lot of people don't agree with the things that I do, and I have changed quite a bit over the years. Like last night I saw another post on washing dogs twice and how it does a really good job and conditioner really helps and all that. A lot of groomers are like, you're not a professional if you're having to wash a dog twice. All that says is that you're a newbie. And here I am after 45 years, just recently starting to wash dogs twice and loving the results, and I never did it before. And now here I am doing it, and I don't want to go back. You know, my weekly dogs know I don't wash twice. My own dogs know because they're washed weekly. You know, my Yorkie I do because she's a greasy Yorkie, even though she gets done weekly. My bi-weekly dogs, most I do, some I don't, depends on how clean they are. But everybody else I've been washing twice and loving it. So, you know, the other day somebody said, you don't know what you're doing in the comments, in the chat. And it's like, yeah, well, I do things differently. It doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. All right, let's put these up. 30s go in here. This is my ghost layer organizer. Love it. Not affiliated with them, just like it. Good morning. Are you ready for a busy day? I said, are you ready for a busy day? I think so. Yeah. Last night I went through my book organizing because I've been adding more time to each dog I groom, especially if it's a dog I always get behind on. It's like, let's just make this a 2-hour dog, you know? And so I went through my book, and people hate it when I like shift appointments, but if I know I'm going to be behind, why not give them a 2-week warning? Like, hey, I'm going to start your dog at 4 and not 3:30, you know? But either way, and if it's not going to work for them, well, now you know. But anyway, I went through my book last night and went out like 3 weeks and just added more time to a bunch of dogs because I'm trying not to be so stressed anymore. Yes, please. All right, these are done. Like one of my clients hated the fact that I changed things up. Like, she's like, you are so indecisive. It's like, no, I just got to do what I got to do. If I want to take Saturdays off for a while, I will. You know, if I want to say I'll start your dog at 4 instead of 3, that's the time I'm going to start it. If it's not going to work, reschedule. All right. Now, let's go mix shampoo. Shampoo mixing time. All right, so everything in the tub is disinfected. Sat overnight with disinfectant in the systems. I even run it through the tubes in here. Dumping the disinfectant out and rinsing the containers. The disinfectant I'm using is Best Shot 256. That's what I'm using in the runs. That's what I'm using in the shampoo bottles now. That's what I'm using in the tub and on the floors. Rinse these out. The reason why we disinfect the shampoo bottles every night is because a really nasty bacteria can grow in mixed products. So the products should be tossed at the end of the day if there's any left over, and the mixing bottles and sprayers or whatever you use should be disinfected for at least 10 minutes, and not just with vinegar as many people do, but with something that kills, you know, stronger bacteria, not just yeasty kind of junk. Vinegar is a really good cleaner, but I don't feel it's your best choice for a disinfectant. All right, let's see, where's the lid? I'm always losing the frickin' lid. Sorry, excuse my French. When I found the one the other day, I put it over there, so when I lost it again today, I'd have one. And then when I find the one from today, I'll put it over there and I'll have it for the next day. Right. So the BioVite #1 shampoo is not my favorite. I'm using that a lot for the poodles, and I'm also using it for my bottle here for the second shampoo, because it's just like a follow-up kind of thing until it's gone, and then I'm not going to replace the #1. I like the #3 the best, so that's the one I'm going to stick with as my primary shampoo. It seems to be a good all-around shampoo. In Cat's room. All right, both our first dogs are late. Oh, that's right. You are correct. All right. I need to fill this so I don't run out. Huh?
The traffic is annoying out there. Hopefully everybody's not getting any rude awakening.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking this week. Just give them time, they'll get here. Be understanding.
Traffic's all backed up. I was out there in the turn lane coming off of Erlich, and the second the light turned green, and there's several cars fast. The guy in the car behind me started honking his horn like the second it turned.
Wow.
Everybody's going at a normal speed.
It's like, calm down, buddy.
In the road, it's not as, and he's going out of the lane, coming right back in behind me, and I'm like, dude, where are you gonna go?
Don't waste shampoo, Suzanne. There's my doggy. Oh, it's Lexi, the little Yorkie. Ready for business. Disinfect these. Just hang on to her. I'll get her from you in just a second. Put this down. No, I'll just put it over here. All right, let's get busy. So, Kat, we have a poll going on the channel today because of a question that came up in new groomer support. I've never asked you, and I don't care if you change your ways or not. Doesn't matter to me how you groom. But do you prefer to hold the chin hair or no?
It depends on the dog. So I prefer not to do it, but sometimes I feel like I have no choice but to do it.
Yeah.
When nothing else is working to control.
Right.
So.
And that's why I don't impose anything. Like, I don't try to do it anymore, but sometimes I find my hands going there anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's not like a set thing. But if they whip their head away, sometimes you bring it back. But yeah, it's like.
It's not something, it's not my go-to. I feel like
like you see a lot of them they hold right. See what she's doing?
I know,
they hold right there for everything, and the dog's doing this.
Right.
But I don't think it's a mandatory thing. And a lot of the responses were that it's mandatory. You're not a professional if you don't hold the chin hair.
What?
And they say even holding the chin hair is the wrong term. You should say it's the beard. There's no such thing as chin hair.
It's mandatory to hold it?
Yeah, you're not a professional if you don't.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't understand where that thought process would come. Because it also, I feel like it just makes for most dogs, I feel like it makes it harder because they're whipping away.
They're doing that.
But also, I feel like then when I'm trying to like trim underneath and stuff, then my hand
it's in the way. And that's why they do just right here. And they look very professional, scissoring all around with their fingers right here.
Oh. I didn't know that was a skill I was missing.
Me too.
No, that's so weird. I would have never thought of holding just the little front of it. That I've never done.
The shears that I bought, they sent me a little card that shows it, and I'm like, did I save the card because they wanted like an Instagram post? I think I ended up going ahead and throwing the cards out, but it was showing like just right here.
I don't think that would have ever crossed my mind. I feel like I usually accomplish that by just like putting my thumb kind of right there under the chin and just like I'll lightly.
Yeah, like this. That's my main, or the C hold is my main. But, and a lot of times I do this and they rest, or I do this or this or this and they rest, but I don't know. So we're having an all-day poll on the channel to see what because, you know, I responded that you don't have to hold the chin hair, and I tried not to argue because some people were coming at me pretty hard and taking screenshots off our Instagram and proving me wrong and saying you don't sit here and be basically lying when you do it for content and blah blah blah. I'm like,
I just feel like it's a situational thing, but
yeah.
I feel like most of the people that I've ever worked with that religiously do it, like that's their main thing that they do, always looked like they were having a harder time.
Exactly.
With the dogs because they were fighting to get away from them. So.
Right. I watched myself with like a 15, 16-year-old dog, like back in 2019. I wasn't like streaming yet, but I was videoing. And I watched my hands and I actually zoomed in. And so it was an old dog that was whipping her head, and I was watching my hands, and every time I closed, and it was a poodle, so trying to hold on to her was a bit harder because she had a shaved face. But I watched my hands, and every time I had a certain motion with my hands, she would whip. And it's like, okay, there might be something to not doing that. All right, back to work. Back to work. How are you, Lexi? Take a look at you here. See what's going on with you. You good girl? Should I wash you first? No. We'll prep you. So sometimes people watch me and they see my dogs are like all over the place. Yeah, I'm not affixing them. I'm not holding them super still. And I do give them freedom of movement. And, you know, some might see that as being unprofessional. Others might like it. I don't know. But I like it. I've come to find that it works better for me to give dogs freedom of movement. And, you know, not always. I mean, there's some things they fight tooth and nail on and you have to anchor them down a little bit. But I try to remove it as soon as, you know, the thing that they're bucking the system on is over. So it's not a hard, fast rule. It's kind of going with the flow kind of thing. So This is a senior dog. She gets kind of wobbly, and her pattern of behavior for her whole life has been popping up and getting super happy kisses. And I have to prevent her from doing that. She's learning now that, you know, we're not doing this anymore because her back legs are weak and they'll buckle if I let her have her old pattern of behavior. So I try to keep her from doing it, which was confusing to her at first. She's like, wait, that was always our happy thing. But now it's like, no, Lexi, you got to keep all four on the floor, baby. So every now and then you might see her pop up and try to give me love, and I'm going to stop her. It's for her own safety. Hey, baby girl. That's a good girl. So this ear is oozing pussy stuff. I'm not going to use ear wash in it. It has a very foul odor. We will go ahead and disinfect these shears now because it cut through some of that gunk. So far we're pretty well split in the pole. The question is holding the beard chin hair necessary to groom a dog's space safely, especially around the eyes? Yes or no? Right now we're at 48% say yes and 52% say no. I'm going to run the poll till the end of today's stream. So rather than using the drying ear wash, I'm going to plug her ears during the bath. Here, baby. Come here. I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Come here. You're all right. I know. Good girl, you're fine. It's all right. You gotta get clean, Miss Lexi. Yes, you do. You lost a cotton ball already. Oh, cotton balls, they never stay in. Which year did you lose it from? This one? Yep. Come here. Put it back in before we rinse. Don't want to exacerbate problems. There went your other cotton ball. All right. Next. Come here. Hurry up and rinse your head before you lose it again. It's all right. Good girl. All right. So I'm not going to wash the head a second time, just to keep as much water away from the ears as possible in case she shakes one out and I don't see it. Easy. So she has one toenail on her back foot that's growing longer and thicker than the others. Typically when they have a toenail like that, they're a lot more fussy about getting it trimmed. So if she cries while I'm trimming that one, I expect that to happen. pretty normal. The toenails will grow oddly shaped. They're extra thickened and or extra long. Good girl. There's another cotton ball. So you did lose another one, didn't you? I knew you would. There's the other one. See there? That's why I didn't wash your head again. That's why. Besides that, as I read on Facebook last night, only insecure newbies wash a dog twice. Gotta love Facebook, right? See, notice when I ask Kat what she does as a general rule, I don't stamp my way of grooming on anybody else, right? Kat is a very gentle, very good groomer. She's been doing it over 20 years. And I watch her with the dogs, and she is very, very gentle and good with them. But I'm not going to say, thus says Suzanne, you know, you can't do this and you can't do that and you must do this. You know, I trust her as a professional to do what she does. And I do what I do. And it works. She's great with puppies. She's great with seniors. You know, she does a really good job, and her client dogs love her. It's all right. Good girl. And that's what matters at the end of the day. And I honestly didn't know what her answer would be. I've never seen her doing it, but I had no idea what her answer would be. All right, Missy ma'am. Let's go get you dry. This is disinfectant for the tub, run through a shampoo system with a foamer attachment. It's Best Shot 256. This will sit in the tub and dry up before I start my next dog. I let it sit for at least 10 minutes. And it's a no rinse formula. All right. Time to dry. So while it might look like I'm unprofessional holding the dog while I'm doing her nails like this and maybe babying her looking like a snowflake, what I'm really doing is protecting her knees. She's got a really weak rear right now in her senior years, and her legs buckle. So if I'm doing her back nails and she goes to twist or move and the other leg gives and buckles under her and her whole back end buckles, you know, then she can actually blow something out, not just buckling. So it's actually a safety thing that I'm doing, not a coddling thing. All right, let's get her finished. That's a good girl, Lexi. No popping up. No popping up, Missy ma'am. Good girl. So right here, I'm not holding the chin hair, but I am holding the harness that comes out in this shape, which follows the jawline. Then I can hold the harness instead of the dog. When I'm working up under here. When I drop the harness down, I've got my thumb across. Tighten this back up. That's what I do when I need to get the chest area or under the jawline. Knock her down just a little. Good girl. It's okay. It's okay, baby. I got you. It's okay. Good girl. That's a good girl. Now we're jumping up. I gotta go grab the phone. Be right back. So you have a big schnauzer scheduled for Tuesday. We both done it. His name is Chin Chow. Last time I did him, he got very aggressive on his nails and throwing all his body weight. and then when I did him, it was after she went somewhere else, and he was bad, yeah. Like put holes in your hand bad. 6. So I'd say that's a good decision. All right, we're back. I had some front desk work. All right, baby girl. That's a good girl. So my goal with her haircut is not perfection of any kind. It's a comfort groom. She's a wobbly senior girl. Yes, I know. Stay. Oh, Gabby's here. I'll be right back. Looks like we got cleanup in all three. We can get you finished so you can go home. Lay down. You can do that. And now you want up, down, round and round. Good puppy. All right. Good girl. Wait. Good girl. almost done. If Lexi's people are watching, you can pick her up at 9:25 or after. She tends to get quite a bit of separation anxiety now that she's older, so she does tend to bark and get stressed out when I put her down. She does okay when I'm holding her or when she's on the table, but as soon as I put her down, she wants to be held. So it's less stressful on her if she gets picked up right away. But I understand when you can't.
Yeah, I know. It's all right. I didn't see that itty bitty little tingle under there. I'm sorry. See those hairs in your mouth. Got hair growing in your mouth? A little bit? Hold still. Good girl. Yes, you're a good girl. Hold still. Good girl. Stay. Good girl. All right, all right. Let's go get your collar and then we'll tidy you up and you can go home. Don't burp in my face. That's gross. All right, next up is Gabby the Havanese. See how you look. All right, there's Miss Lexi. This ear looks a little longer, but she's hanging it down because it's got an infection in it. So I'm thinking that if I trim it and then the infection's cleared up, it's going to grow right back up. You can see the high point of this ear and the high point of this ear. A lot of times when they have an infection, they're holding it down. So I'm not going to try to even that up at this point. I think overall they are actually even. This is the, so if you perk them both up, then they look pretty even. But they will hold those down when they are infected. And I'm not diagnosing it as infected. It does look abnormal. I'm just saying what they normally do when they're infected. All right, there you go. Oh, wait. I gotta do a better job under your tail. Come here. There you go. Arf, arf, arf. All right, Lexi, your people have been texted. All right, let's get this cleaned up. Ready for Gabby. Gabby, Gabby. These are disinfecting wipes. Very effective. This is alcohol. And for the blades, clipper side. Then everything's put in the UV sterilizer for 15 minutes in a single layer. Wipe the hair off the harness. Alright, we're ready for Miss Gabbykins. Hi.
Is that her? She doesn't stop these days.
I know. It's an old dog thing. My Yorkie is the same way. She's driving me crazy. She wants to eat. She wants to go out. If I'm sleeping, get up, get up, get
It's
up.
like all night. It's like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I'm like, go to bed.
They call it sundowner syndrome with dogs.
That's so cute.
It's kind of like Alzheimer's in a way.
I always say that. I think she has dementia.
Yep. Her ear is really bothering her.
Okay, the left one.
Yeah. Seems to be kind of chronic these days.
Yes.
And sometimes once they have it chronically, the lining of the ear kind of hardens and thickens.
Yeah.
And then it makes it more and more hard to,
Stay away.
yeah. So.
When it happens, like, I mean, often food that's like, yeah, it's just chronic. But
Yeah.
if it, like, thank you for telling me.
But it's
If I do it
almost
twice a
pussy
day,
and
it kind of-
oozy right now.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah, like if you push down
Okay.
here, it'll ooze up.
Ooh,
Yeah,
poor little girl. Maybe that's why she's yapping.
maybe. She's like, hey,
Help.
it'll be 85. I know it can get really frustrating when it gets chronic like that, you know.
For both of us.
Yeah, and expensive.
Yes.
But when it has like a kind of infected odor, or if you push up on it and there's oozy stuff, then you gotta do it. All right, old lady. We hear you. She says, I demand to be let out right now. Somebody hold me. Here we go.
Thank you. Oh, you look
Thank
so
you.
cute.
Have a good day.
You too.
All righty. Let's see where our poll is. So 65% of those polled think that holding the beard or chin hair is necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes. Interesting, 65%. All right, let's get Gabby in the tub. All right, Miss Gabbykins. Alrighty. That tells me we have a lot of groomers watching today. If you're new here, welcome. And Gabby is a senior. She can be a little fussy sometimes, can't you, Gabbykins? She says, I'd like to speak to the manager, please. Yeah. Let's make sure we have our mic on. Usually I turn it off when I go up front. Mic on? Yes, it is. Okay. Good girl. All right. I know you're a fussy old girl. I know. Turn. I know. You're a good girl. No, I know it. It's just terrible. Tell me all about it, Gabbykins. You're alright. You're alright, Gabbykins. Back in the tub. You're fine. You gotta get a bath, Gabby. You do not want to be a dirty white girl. No, you don't. No dirty white girls. It's okay. You're all right. Oh no. You're fine. Nobody's hurting the puppy. No, nobody's hurting that puppy. Oh no. It's just terrible, Gabby. Just terrible. I'm hurrying. Good girl. And our salon toothbrushing is included with every service, except nail clipping only. Which we really don't offer as a service. We've got 2 dogs that come in regularly for nail clips. Other than that, we don't do just nail clips. We have a vet next door that does that. We don't need to. Because it interrupts the flow of our schedule. If you have a 15-minute service, it doesn't leave enough of a time block between
to get another groom in. And it kind of takes up a whole groom spot, even though it's only a 15-minute service. So we choose not to do it. We actually lose $70 on a day where there's a nail clip, unless we have to work after hours to make it up. That's not fair. I know. You want to speak to the manager. I got it. I know. I hear you, Gabby. There are 3 facilities within walking distance of us that all do nail trim onlys. So our clients aren't at a disadvantage. Besides that, most of our clients are so regular that they don't need in between nail trims. I know, baby.
So about a month ago, I started listening to some podcasts on brain function and the parts of the brain that do what and how they work and all that, and found it fascinating and started relating it to dogs. And so I started changing some of the manners that I worked with dogs, say like Gabby. Gabby, since she's been gotten to be more of a senior, she, gets fussy about her legs, doesn't want her legs brushed, doesn't want her face brushed, getting all grumpy, growly about it. And, it wasn't what she used to do. She's always had this I want to speak to the manager kind of behavior. But, who's here? I don't think she's here at the right time. Oh no, that's Fred. Okay. Cat just started her. Fred's early. I'll be right back. You stay there, Gabby. I think Fred's here. I'll take over on her. Is she shampooing or conditioning?
Getting ready to put conditioner on.
Okay. I'll be back, Gabby. So anyway, as I was saying, I think you guys can still hear me. You can't see me, but you can hear me because I'm at Cat's Tub. I believe it's the amygdala in the brain. I think that's what you call it. It's like a fear response center. And dogs and people get patterns of behavior and they kind of set in. And so if a dog starts snapping and growling and, mouthing you because you're doing the front legs, it continues on as a pattern of behavior. And the amygdala in the brain sends that message that, this is something that's causing me fear or pain or whatever. And so they have this automatic response. And then the frontal lobe of the brain would take 5 seconds to kick in after the amygdala sends that fear response, which is that automatic diving down at your hands with the face and the teeth. And so if you give it 5 seconds, the frontal lobe of the brain will kick in and start to reason that it's okay, it's not pain, it's not this or that. So by going a lot slower, just laying the brush on her leg before I start to brush and then brushing slowly gives the brain that 5 seconds of time. We're at the teeth brushing section. And she's just got conditioner on her. Careful, the floor's a little wet there. Gives the brain that 5 seconds of time to kick in and reason that this isn't hurting, right? So I've only done Gabby twice since I started working on this because she comes in every 2 weeks. And if the pet parents are watching, or those of you who watch all the time, you could see a major difference. So before, I was having to do body blocking with her and kind of box her in to keep her head out of the way, to keep her from mouthing the brush and biting on the brush and all that. Today, it was completely different. Last time, it was a lot better. Today, it's almost gone. So just by slowing down, giving 5 seconds on this leg, 5 seconds on this leg, 5 seconds on this leg, 5 seconds on the muzzle for her frontal lobe to kick in. When you start to realize that it's all, actual factual brain response, these patterns of behavior that I've always talked about now make more sense. Yes, it's a pattern of behavior, but there's a reason why. And then the brain also gets like these automatic ruts in it, these automatic travel paths that if this is what I always do, this is what I will do. And so you have to change their automatic responses. And then as you change the automatic responses, then it gets better and better.
Or at least that's the hope. So here, see how she's reaching around growling? Give her a second to think. Good girl. And then praise the right response. And does it hurt her to lift up her legs? I believe it does. You know, whether she's got arthritis in the shoulders or whatever, I believe it is uncomfortable. She's warning us. But if you give her time to process the information, the reaction isn't going to be as severe. So it's just a slight pause. And that's why you see me brushing her legs so slowly. And I used to think, you know, as a professional, get in and get out. Get it done as quickly as possible because she's fighting me. I want to get this over as quick as possible. But I've changed my mind on that. And it's not get in and get out. Like on the toenails, I used to, if they're fighting me, okay, let's get this done as quick as possible and get it over with. But that was the wrong response. They've been liking her hair longer, so we're growing it out some. Which is also great that she's behaving better about the brushing right at the time they want the hair a little longer. Because if she was acting like she was 2 months ago, I'd say, we're not growing the hair longer. But now it's like, yeah, why not? Right, Gabbykins? Why not? So that's Fred you hear squealing. I believe he's in the back. Let's see what he's doing. There he is. Say hi, Fred. No. Hi, baby. See, it's much better, huh? And that's why, you know, sometimes people can go back and find things in me doing things different than I talk about now because, yeah, I'm ever changing. And that's okay. I like that I'm ever changing. I like that I'm ever trying new things. It's okay. And I always take other people's opinions. Sometimes I, dispute them, but I listen. Sometimes I'll change to their way. And sometimes I'll say, that's not going to work. And then other times I'll come back and think, maybe. Let's give it a go. If you would have told me 20 years ago I wouldn't be plucking ears, I would have said, nah, you're wrong about that. But here I am, not plucking ears. If you would have said 15 years ago you wouldn't be cleaning anal glands on every dog that walked in the door, I'd have told you, no, that's not true.
But here I am, not cleaning animal ends. I think we are keeping her face shorter because she gets it messy. Huh. Let's go make you a bow. Then we'll come back and finish you up. How about that? Yeah, you like that idea? Yeah? All right. Let's go make a bow. I know, just 1 minute. I'll take her off your hands in just a minute, Cat. Bo, 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 bo. Ooh, that's pretty. I like that. Cat brought some ribbons and they're really pretty. Looks like I'm out of 5/8 inch or 3/8 inch purple. We're gonna have to order some of that. Is this one purple? It is. It is. I got a little bit. A little bit of purple. All right. I'm coming, Gabbykins. All right, so right now our poll has 109 votes. Is holding the beard chin hair necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes? 65% of our respondents say yes, it is necessary. 35% of our respondents say no, it is not necessary. If you want to participate in the poll, you can do that in the chat. Gabby's mom's here. Put her bow on, trim under her tail. All right, Miss Gabbykins. Oops, I don't have you guys on my table. Sorry. I forgot to unplug the camera. All right, Miss Gabbykins, say goodbye. Let's put you a little perfume on. Want to smell pretty? There we go. I'll be right back. I'll let you watch Fred. Here's the baby.
Oh, was it her crying?
No, that's Fred.
Oh, Fred. She's a little bit of a drama queen lately.
She does talk though, especially when she's in the tub.
That's what Alan said. He goes, oh my gosh, Lori, she has got so much to say.
She's like, I want to speak to the manager right now. How dare you?
I tell my mom.
Exactly.
Okay.
She's telling the YouTube community, are you guys seeing this? Call 911. Call my mom.
Somebody report her.
Exactly.
She's killing me. She's killing me. Oh, she's doing okay.
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Every day I'm just grateful to have her. I just.
Here you go,
Thank God.
She's looking really good.
Is she?
I think so.
She's good.
And she's acting really good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's so good to know. She feels a little heavier.
She does. She looks really good.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Thank
Have a great
you.
weekend.
You too.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
All right, next up is Sasha, miniature poodle, teddy bear trim. My version of a teddy bear trim for Sasha. I have several versions of teddy bear trims depending on what the pet parent likes. coffee time. All right, here's Sasha. She's almost dry. Cat gave her a bath. Very good. Good girl. Good. Good girl. Oops.
Oopsies.
Good girl. This way. Good. He's a good girl. He's a good girl. I'll be right back. Up, up, up. Oh, we don't want to do that. Never mind. Never mind. We want to do this instead. Yay. Up, up. Good girl. Turn. Good. All right, what length are we gonna do today? I think I'm gonna go with a 1/2 inch. Knees a 1/2 inch. Stay. Good girl. Turn. Grand style dog. Shh. Good girl. Turn. Next up after Sasha will be Cooper, the miniature schnauzer, who is not a fan of brushes and combs. He doesn't think they're necessary at all. Or blow dryers, for that matter. Good girl, turn. Let's go. We ain't got all day. Okay. Good girl. All right, turn. It's a good puppy. Good girl. Yeah, good girl, Sasha. You're a good girl, Sasha. Get your collar. And we'll tidy you up. Turn. You can be a bread dog, Sasha. All right, good enough. Good enough for today, Missy Ma'am. Kind of hard to see her from a distance. All right, I'm gonna go text her mom. Say bye, Sasha.
Let's get cleaned up, ready for the next one. Sasha's mom is here. I'll go check her out.
So a while back I had the idea about the honeycomb netting for the dog toenails with the hair. I've ordered 2 different kinds, plus I checked the ones that I had at home. Doesn't work because the netting behind the honeycomb netting is adhered to the honeycomb netting, and you can't like pull it off and cut it out, and it's too fine. And I've even tried poking holes just for the nails themselves, but they kind of disappear and it's hard to see. So this idea didn't work. So I'll take these home and use these for washing my socks. It's a no-go. Oh well, I tried. I've tried 3 different kinds. None of them work. It would have worked had that netting not been adhered to the other netting in such a way. I cut a lot of hair off Sasha. So we're back to the drawing board on that one. Maybe cheesecloth? I don't know. We'll see. It's times like this that make me miss Joann Fabrics. Because you could go in there and just go through rows and rows and rows of fabrics. Find just what you need. I couldn't imagine trying to make a dress having to buy everything through Amazon. That would stink. Because you want to feel it, you want to touch it. I love the feel of a good quality fabric, don't you? I was looking at my daughter's dance dress, the first one she ever had. I made it for her. And I still have it hanging in my closet. That was a challenge. And a lot of pressure for her first school dance at 13 to make her a beautiful dress. And I wasn't somebody who made dresses, you know. It's like, okay, you want me to make your dress? Okay, we can do this. I'd made a couple costumes, but not a fancy dress. Came out really pretty though. I hand sewed on the rhinestones, like a band here and a band here, like all the way around. Came out really nice. And I remember shopping for that fabric. I wanted something that felt heavy and rich, you know? I wanted it to feel expensive. And it was like a dark blue with sparkles on it. Like a midnight blue with sparkles. And the reason why I made it is because she wanted an off shoulder, but she wanted something that wasn't too low. And so we couldn't find anything at the stores.
So she's like, make one for me, Mom. I'm like, okay, let's go look at fabrics and look at patterns. And we found a pattern that was pretty. She's like, that's what I want. And I'm like, okay, we'll do it. And she got to help. So I'm like, okay, if you want this, you got to help cut these patterns. You got to help this. You got to help that. You got to do some sewing. So she got to learn in the process. All right, let's go get Cooper. Opso Mom has laundry net bags that don't have the backing. Do you have a link, Opso Mom? All right, Cooper, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And I have some laundry bags that don't have the backing, but the mesh is too small. It's like really fine mesh. Come here, Bubba. I used to love to go to the fabric stores to buy dog bandana material. All the time. They'd have like so much in the Christmas realm that you could. I like to hand pick it because I like the prints really small, but I like them printed. Good boy. Yes, you're my good boy and I love you. You know I love you, don't you? Hmm? Do you know I love you, Cooper? You do, don't you? Yes, you know Miss Suzanne loves you. Good boy.
Good boy. All right, to the tub. Smell? It smells good. Good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I know you don't like weeds taken out of your hair. I know it's so bothersome, isn't it? Is it so bothersome to get weeds out of your hair? Just terrible. And you'll hate your combs. I know. It's just terrible. People are so mean to you about this. I know, but we're going to get them out anyway. Because we're not going to leave them in your hair. No, we're not. Not going to leave them in your hair. You've got to get groomed whether you like it or not. Yes, poor goopers. Poor gooper. Gotta get brushed and everything.
Annabelle. Put her in a smaller kennel because she likes to mark and mark and mark and mark. Less cleanup, you know. She can have a bigger one when she's done.
She asked if you could trim around her mouth a little more because it's getting messy.
Okay. Good boy. All right, I'm going to bring up an image since we're having this conversation today, real quick. No, thank you. Let's bring up this screen. Okay, look at this image here. When we talk about holding chin hair, and you think about, let me try to
get this a little smaller. There we go. So when you think about holding chin hairs while you're working on a dog, our dogs with hair, we really can't see the vibrissae hairs on the chin, but we know they're there on the side of the muzzle, and we know they're over the eyes, and we know they're further back. The chin ones are typically a little finer, but each one is associated with a stronger nerve ending and a stronger blood supply, and only one comes out of each follicle. If you're holding the chin hair, it says these whiskers grow on the bottom of the dog's chin and help to detect objects outside of the dog's normal field of vision. And then the ones found deeper with that big nodule into there, those are different. They're found on the lower jawline. So if you're holding the chin hair to control the dog, that means that you're actually holding whiskers that are intermixed in that hair, and those whiskers are attached to stronger nerve endings. Just a little food for thought. And I was thinking about it because you usually feel the stronger ones on the side of the face. But while I was washing him, I was looking for them, and sure enough, he's got them in his lower beard all around the front portion of the muzzle here. And while I've always said cutting them doesn't seem to hurt the dog at all, pulling on them does. Combing through them does. They feel it stronger. Brushing mats out of them definitely does. But when dogs are pulling like this because you're doing it, there's a reason. Stronger nerve endings.
Italian style dog grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? It's a client up front. She must have pocket dialed. While you were up there, she pocket dialed me. And
Well, we were trying to figure out what was going on with, because when I was trying to dial her, like her phone was doing something weird. It was forwarding to like a screening service or something, like say your name and where you're calling from, and we'll see if this person's available for you. But then it wasn't letting me actually do that, and it was going to a busy signal, and then all of a sudden it started ringing in her hand. We were
it rang here.
we didn't know what was going on.
That is weird.
All better. All better, Coopers. Oh, he's a good boy. He's all right. What did Miss Suzanne do to you, huh? What did Miss Suzanne do to that boy? Did she brush your hair? Oh my gosh. It's so terrible to have your hair brushed. Like, it's just awful, isn't it? Yeah. That. Good boy. See? See? It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt that Coopers.
Just washer and towel dryer, cat.
This way.
see where we're at with our poll now. Just curious. We're still at 66% think you should hold the beard, chin hair, that it's necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes, and 34% do not think it's necessary. And when you think about how that's worded, is it necessary to trim safely around the eyes? Not do you do it every time or not do it every time, but is it necessary? Very, very interesting. Turn, turn. Come on, let's go, let's go. Come back here, Cooper.
And let's go get your bandana. Text your mommy. That's a good boy. Come here. Good boy. There you go. Let's get the table disinfected and ready for the next one. Up next is Lunabelle, a Shih Tzu. She gets a fusion inspired style with poodle feet. And she's already been washed, so I just need to dry her and clip her. I don't think I used this at all on Cooper, so I don't need to put it in the, or did I? I don't think I did, but just in case, we'll stick it in. Guess maybe I did when I dried him. Yeah, I probably did. All right. I'll be right back. Somebody just stuck their dog in and walked away. Let's see who we're supposed to have. It should be, I think it's Annie. I wonder if my clock is off. Everybody's gotten here really early. It's a hard day. Got more hard stuff coming up. Tight schedule. All right, I'll be right back with. So there's something else I want to share with you guys while we're on this subject real quick. For horses, they call it a twitch, and it's something that they do to hold a horse's head still when they want to do work. Some people do it with their hand, and some people use a device, and they say it doesn't hurt the horse at all, and that it helps hold them still. What do you think? And these are twitches. You can see how they're used. It just grabs a fold of skin and clamps it so that you can do things around the horse's head and hold them still. Kind of the same idea, don't you think? What think you? Very common. They say everybody does it. How else are you going to hold a horse's head still, right?
And they claim it releases endorphins into the horse's brain and calms them. I believe is how they say it works. I'll be right back.
where you can reach me, girls. See you next time.
Behave. Behave. Oh, we know we don't like this foot then. Mm-hmm. This one. Stay. Good puppy. Stay. Stand. Stay. good.
probably be extra fussy when I get to the other foot. It's been her pattern of behavior lately, especially the inside toenail. Good girl, you did good on that today. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Stand. Do you want to stand? Stand. Stay. Stay. Stand, stay. Eh. So her tail has gotten excessive. It's pretty, but it's excessive. So I'm going to try the same technique today that I tried yesterday to see if I can get a natural looking Shih Tzu tail. That's the kind of tail I hate to touch because it's so pretty. But they do get like excessively long, you know. And sometimes they do need some work. After Lunabelle, we have Annie the Shih Tzu in a short but not too short type of hairstyle. The Grand Style Special. Never had this done with her tail before. She's gonna be like, what are you doing? This is not normal. Something they'll have to get used to in the action of it. Start by combing it all through. I'm gonna mist it so it's easy to work with. And for this so I can separate out the sections better. So I'm trying to get an even section pretty much all the way around. See a tangle there, she's not going to appreciate this. And then I'm going to comb it in a fan all the way around. And I'm going to take an equal amount all the way around, which I only want to take off about 1.5 inches. 2 inches maybe. So I'm trying to get it balanced all the way around. I'm going to do my next section. Missed it. Comb it out. I know you got little tiny knots in there, I'm sorry. And then I'm going to match each section up with the previous section. Got 1.5 inches all the way around. I'm sorry you can't see too good, but I want her to lay where she's comfortable. Not going to force her to stay in the way of the camera. I'm going to comb the next section. She might flip around again. So I'm just looking for this previous scissor line, matching it up. Turn this way. Next section. Fan it out. Through the hair you can see the previous scissor line. Match it up. And next section. Almost done. I just want a tiny piece left in my fingers. Comb it out. Fan it all the way around. Match up the lines. you have a dog with long hair and you want to try this, you could lay a blanket over their hair, or you know, something silky over their back, so that the hair, you don't cut into like their other hair when you're doing the hair over the back. Now this tip, I'm just taking off the last bit. That's about how much I took off all the way around. I'm going to comb it out and see how it looks. Look for any pieces that are longer than the rest here. But again, I want it to look really natural. Stand. Flip it over her back. See how it looks when it's up. You can't even tell it was trimmed. That's what I'm talking about. Comb it out this way. Looks natural. Ah, yes. I don't want it to look trimmed, but I took 2 inches off. 1.5 inches. I hate it when they look trimmed and they've got these beautiful tails. And then they come out looking a little chunky, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, you. Let's get you finished. We gotta move on. We got work to do. We got work to do, Linabelle. I had the mic on from the dryer, so it was turned down. If you want to hear what I said a minute ago, just go back and turn up your volume all the way. Sometimes if you're on a iPad, your volume's a lot lower than it is on your phone or your TV. When you go to turn it up to hear me. All right, we need to make her a bow. And something like that tail trimming, I'll probably only need to do every third or fourth visit. Tails grow so slow that you really don't have to do it very often. Or maybe twice a year. Who knows? Just play it by ear. Did you poopy? Oh, you stinky dog. At least you didn't step in it. I'm coming, Luna Boonabelle. Yes, you're so cute. Yes, you are so cute. I imagine you could fan out a longer top knot and trim it like that too. If you wanted to keep it long, but it's getting too long and you don't want it to look overly trimmed. I imagine it would work. Alrighty. Here's Annie. Good girl, Annie. Good girl. Let's do your feet. Good girl.
to the tub. The human warnings on this shampoo says rare, but serious allergic reactions have been reported with exposure to chlorhexidine gluconate. Interesting. I've never heard that before. Also says for dogs that if skin irritation develops or increases, stop use and call your veterinarian. Also says for veterinary use only, which most medicated products say that. Let it sit for a few minutes. This is a brand Annie brought with her. It's Malaket. MAL-A-KET. 2% chlorhexidine, 1% ketoconazole, antimicrobial and antifungal. Which those are the ingredients I recommend for any skin problem like this, with the approval of the veterinarian, of course. Be right with you.
Thank you. Good girl. Come on. Come on, Annie. Yeah, she's a good girl. Oopsie daisy. girl. What is that little tail wiggle for? Huh? What was your little tail wiggle for? Is it a leftover from the shake? Next up after Annie is Charlie, the Bichon Frise. He's going to get a short Bichon trim. Some people call it a modified Bichon. I think it's a little shorter than a modified Bichon personally.
So when I hold a dog's chin like this, my fingers are like this. So it may look like I'm holding the chin, but I'm not. It's resting. And most of my clients' dogs are trained to rest their head on my hand, so I can do it like this or like this. And a lot of times when people see it like this, they think I'm holding, but I'm not. And my clients' dogs will actually look for my hand to rest their head in. Not all of them, but a lot. And I do train the Shih Tzus this way. So, and sometimes you'll see me with just a finger, but they don't like the finger as much as they do this because it rests on their jawbone. So don't be confused if you see this. It's not holding the hair. Although I might at one moment or another, it's not like I'm totally against it. I just don't do it as a whole. I'm not saying that, you know, it shouldn't be done. Not saying that at all. I'm just saying I don't normally. And I try not to. And that was just a personal preference for me. And watching dogs' reactions to me on video. So right now, again, it's this. But I would imagine the safety factor comes in depending on where you work and the kind of situation. So if you're in a room with 10 groomers and there's dogs all over the place and, you know, the dogs can see people coming and going and the high velocity dryers and there's way too much going on, I can see where, you know, hanging on to them would certainly be necessary for their safety. In our shop, it's designed so that there's less goings on around us. And even so, like when my dog's facing the door, because we each have our separate rooms for grooming, and they see somebody walking down the hallway, they might get excited, or, you know, if the front door opens, it might be a whip around with the head. So, because they'll hear the doorbell. So I understand what people are saying for safety. It just depends on where you're working and what's going on. As far as holding the chin hair goes. Sometimes I forget people don't work the same as I do. The same system, same facility type. It's just like the post I was talking about earlier today with the washing dogs once or twice. You know, a lot of mobile groomers have absolutely no choice. They have to wash dogs once. So of course they're going to lean towards that. And I had washed dogs once forever, up until a few months ago. So I don't think it's worse at all to wash dogs once, but I have been preferring to wash them twice lately. It's new. So basically there's no absolute right or wrong way to do things, right?
everybody's got their own way and their own preferences. I think the thing is we shouldn't put each other down for our preferences, you know, or call each other out for our preferences, or, you know, say you're not a professional. Like my preference for not holding the chin hair, it was said, well, I must be a newbie or a snowflake to have that position. Actually, anyone, the comment was anyone with that leaning must be a snowflake or somebody who doesn't know how to groom. Because no professional would act that way. So again, this is like this. It's not holding by the hair. This is another hold I do a lot. So I go like this. It holds the jawline, and you can actually turn the head by a slight pressure here or under here, and you're holding the chin so that there's nothing on the trachea. So this is another one I use a lot. And that's how I turn the head. So people are like, well, how do you turn the head if you don't hold the hair? It's easy. You use the jaw, a little pressure here, a little pressure here. And on a biting dog, I use the donut collar and turn the head with the donut collar. Works real well for me. To trim between the eyes, C shape on the head, stretch the skin back. You can get in there safely. To trim the bangs, let them rest their head in my hand. Trim the bangs. If they're obstinate, there's other ways to do it, but she's not.
and go make her and her stuffy woof a back to school thing. Go in there for a minute and y'all come with me. We don't have any itty bitty back to schools for Stuffy Woof, so we're gonna have to do something bigger for Stuffy Woof. Let's see, we're gonna go with dark blue. And this. Gonna put a little red pom-pom in the middle, but it's too big, so let's see if we can make it smaller. Not really, it fell apart. Well, that didn't work. We'll go with yellow. I have a yellow pom-pom. Put a yellow pom-pom right in the center so it matches. Alright. Text her mom. Somebody must be being cute in there.
She was so funny. She'd be so nosy every time you said something or made like any kind of noise over there.
Is she listening?
Yeah. Very intently.
Were you listening to me? She says, yes, I don't like being held onto by my chin either.
you wagging your tail at me? Do you love me, Annie? You wagging your tail. Hi, honey. You always act like such a lump on a log when you're on the table. But you was wagging her tail at me. Her was wagging her tail. She says, hi, Miss Suzanne. Huh? Was you saying hi, Miss Suzanne? Were you? Were you saying hi to Miss Suzanne? Or did you think you were going home? Is that what you thought? Did you think you were going home? Is that what you thought? She says, yes. She says, I wasn't happy to see you. I'm just happy it's almost over and I can get out of this place because it's not my favorite. Huh?
You know a lot of what I do is against the norms. I prep dogs before I wash them when most every groomer says, no, 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 always wash them first. Not me. I cut off as much hair as I can before the bath because I don't want to blow dry it. And I think the work comes out better. There's just so many little things that I do that, are not what's considered normal. That's okay. It doesn't make me want to change my ways. I came up with the way I do things because I like it and it works for me. All right, there's Annie and her stuffy woof, all ready to go. Right, Annie? Huh? All right, let's go. Put you up front. Good girl.
There. Are you happy now? Is you happy now? You love me now? Huh? Does she love me now you're all done? Yes. She loves me now she's all done. Good girl.
She and Wolfie do the same thing. They're like a lump on a log until they're finished, and then they're like, okay, I'm happy now. Exactly, there's no one right way. There's a million right ways in life, not just in dog grooming. I'm going to walk back up there and see if she wags her tail when she sees me.
Annie. Where's Annie? Hi, Annie. Hi, Annie, Becky. Hey, good girl. Good girl, Miss Annie. You happy? Are you happy, doggy? Yes, you happy, doggy.
You know, and that's what I think dog grooming groups should be about, especially with professionals, is camaraderie and bouncing ideas off each other, not like attacking each other because you do it different. And especially in a group like that, that's a new groomer support group. And somebody who is aspiring to be a groomer asks the question about the chin hair. Not somebody who was, you know, experienced, but somebody saying, is it necessary to hold the chin hair? Not does everybody hold the chin hair, not is it the only right way, just is it necessary? And I said it wasn't necessary. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry iGroom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area. Schedule a makeover for your pets today.
Annie's mom's here. It'll be just a minute before I wash Charlie. Hi. She's ready.
No, I said I'm not in a hurry.
Oh.
Take your time. Thank you. How did it go?
Good, yeah. She did fine.
Okay. Thank you.
It'll be $85. Would you like a bag for these?
No, just take them. If you have one, that'd be great.
Sure.
So I can, manage her better.
Yeah.
Because, she behaves with you. She loves you.
She's a good girl. Hi. All right, Annie.
How pretty. Oh my God, look at that beautiful necklace.
It's back to school. There we go.
Hi, Mommy. You look so beautiful. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
You too. Hi, Zoe.
Hi, Mommy.
Hi.
Mama.
Hi. Hi, Suzanne. I told her last night she was going to see Miss Suzanne and
Aw.
haircut Zoe, and now that head just snapped around. She knows when I say who Miss
She's
Suzanne
a
is.
funny girl. I know.
You'll be good.
We have had some Saturday appointments open up if you book them now for next time.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, boy, I was like, wow, you're doing that's great. That's great.
We'll see you
All right,
later.
thank you. About how long?
About 2 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Miss Barky Pants. Little Miss Barky Pants. You're going to have a lot to say, aren't you? Hmm? Are you going to talk our ears off? Yeah, I know. All right, Charlie, to the tub. Come on. That is Miss Zoe Barky Pants you hear. AKA the mouth of the South. And she coughs because she's an older girl with a collapsing trachea. So she gets herself barking and then she gets herself coughing. She's a crazy old girl. Zoe, you're awfully loud. And stinky. I think you pooped. I can't see from here, but I can sure smell it. I can't come to the phone right now. Huh? Oh. We can't be responsible if it comes off. We can try to be careful because they're glued on. So just tell them as long as they're not going to hold us responsible if they have to go to the vet and get it reattached. And they live close by, so just be by their phone should we need them. This is a day in the life of a dog groomer. Barky dogs, clean up in all threes. Getting covered with water and washing the dogs. This is what it is. This is how we do it. All right, Stinky. Woo-wee, you did leave a pile. Thanks, Zoe. Presents for everyone. Presents for everyone. We can share. Back it up. Whoo, you stinky. You dinky dog. Stay there. I need the air freshener for you, girl. What you been eating? Shoo-wee. Spray the air conditioner. Yeah. Start a load of laundry real quick before it gets any later. Otherwise, I'll be here all night doing laundry. Lots of pee pads, lots of towels. Barky, barky, barky. All right, let's try Charlie. Come on, Charlie. And we'll shut the door to the back so we can't hear Miss Barky Pants so much. Ah, quiet, kind of. So I did put in an application to retail the Toro brushes, but they never responded, so I guess I should either contact them again or take that as a no. Then on the Ryan stuff, I got an email asking me if I'm having trouble submitting a review. Actually, I was just holding off on it. No, no response. What should the next steps be? Plus, I also I did put in a missing package thing for FedEx. Got no response from them either. So, that sucks. Guess I just need to count it a $400 loss. Guess I'll contact them one more time, then I'll leave it alone. I've ordered from Ryan's many times. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of products. But that may have been before they merged with another company. I don't know. I'm sure they'll make good on it. I have faith. It's just taken them a while. I just wish they would let me know one way or another if they're gonna. That would be nice. So I can quit worrying about it. Stand. Next up is Zoe, the Maltese mix. I think she's Maltese and West Highland White Terrier. Maybe Maltese and Cairn Terrier, but I think it's a Westie she's mixed with. I go text his owner and grab a bandana if I have one made. Do I have one? No, I don't. So we're gonna have to make one. Go ahead and text. Hi. How are you? Good. Be right with you. go in here for a minute. I'll make your bandana. I wonder what this would look like. But this would be cute. Why not? Oh, his mom must have been right outside. Ugh. I should never text people before I make the bandana, because they're always in their car waiting. Always. I should know better. Say goodbye, Charlie. Thank you. There's a handsome boy.
Hi, pretty. Hi, sweetheart.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get cleaned up and ready for the next one. Let you guys watch her. Her name is Zoe. Have a good night. Or weekend. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Come on. All right. Miss Zoe has a cherry eye, so if you notice something really red on her eye, that's what you're seeing. And she gets these crusties on her face. They're hard to wash out. So I'm going to use a little technique that I employ sometimes to get that out easily. And she's got a collapsing trachea, so that's what you hear on the cough. So you can see all these crusties, they're hard all around her face. So what I'm going to do is come up under each one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm using thinning shears, like actual thinning shears with teeth on both sides. And I'm not using a pulling action. Sometimes you'll see me do 1, 2, 3 slide, but not for these because that would hurt. So it's just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then, if Miss Pushy Pants will slow down, we'll use some eyelid and lash on it as well. All right, Zoe. Just gonna put some of this, help soften it. Excuse me. And by the time I get her in the tub, see, once you use that 1, 2, 3 action, these just tend to pull right off. But they'll do that while I'm washing her, see? They just come right off. Between the eyelid and lash and the 1, 2, 3 with the thinning shears, there's like no combing through hard, crusty stuff necessary. Stop. Straighten up, Missy ma'am. Here's another one I missed. All right, let's put her in the tub. All right. There we go. To clean this drain before I do anything else. You're driving me crazy. You drive me crazy, Zoe. Her cherry eye looks really inflamed today. I've seen it like that before, but ugh. She's had that ever since I can remember. I've groomed her all her life since she was about a year old, I guess. Maybe younger than that. And she's always had her cherry eye. Always hold your hose before you turn it on. Tomorrow we've got a busy day planned. I'll tell you everybody we got later, but I know that we have Barry in the morning. They took her to the beach for a vacation, and they're worried she might be matted, so she's coming in the morning for an emergency demat. And she doesn't like to be brushed. Yeah. She likes to show me her teeth when she gets brushed, so we'll see. Her mom said she's been trying to brush out her top knot. That'll help. And then we have Winnie and her sister. And we have the two Papillons, the Faline Papillon and the regular Papillon at the end of the day. And the Faline Papillon, which is one that has floppy ears, has almost a spaniel coat, so we have to really do a lot of creative work to get her to actually resemble a Papillon coat type. And I think Frodo is scheduled tomorrow, but I can't remember for sure. A Schnauzer. And tonight we have Jon Snow coming in. He's a Shih Tzu Shih Tzu Poodle mix. Very fluffy, looks kind of like a little Kotanji to wear. Hand scissored, very fluffy. He'll be up next after this one. Good girl.
Good girl. You're fine. You're alright, baby. You're just fine. Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? Yes, Miss Suzanne's so mean. I'm just a mean old groomer lady. Yep. That's what I am. A mean old groomer lady. Good girl. Good girl. Good. That was very good. Yeah, that was very good. Yes, it was. It was very good, Zoe. Yes. Good girl. All right, let's go get dry. I got you.
I got to replace some light bulbs in here today. Gotta do that before I go home. And I guess while I got the ladder out, I'll change the AC filters. Fun, fun. Stay. Fun, 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 fun. I'll get my stair climbing workout. I'll be right back. Be right with you.
Now you know why I've nicknamed her the mouth of the South. Right, Zoe? You're the mouth of the South. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. It's all right. You sure about that, Zoe? Hmm? No. Behave. There's nothing wrong with you. Now stop it. Seriously?
Trying to figure out what's making the tapping noise. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to trim that foot whether you like it or not. See? Because frankly, my dear, I don't give a darn. No, I don't. No, you gotta get it done anyway. Girl, I know. I want to hug you too, but we gotta get you finished. Good girl. Alrighty. Scissors. I'm going to take off some of these ears today because they just look like raggedy long things. Going to give you a puppy look. You want a puppy look? I think you need a puppy look today. Yes, you do. I'll be bringing my own dogs tomorrow too, in addition to all the client dogs. So I'll be working from about 8 to 8 tomorrow. 12-hour live stream. And I'll probably actually come on a little early because I need to do my prep. I've been doing some of my prep live. Not everything, because you can't follow me around to dust mop and mop the floors and do the laundry. But the stuff I can have a camera on. I'm actually gonna, I've got 2 more cameras. I just need the cords to run them. So I'm actually gonna run a couple more cameras. I need to run one to Cat's bathing area because sometimes I wash a dog in there. And I don't know where I'm going to put the other one. Somewhere. Could put one on Kat's table if she wants one, to where we could flip on like one of her customers' dogs on occasion. Like every now and then we'd give you a quick little glimpse if she wants it. But we'll have to talk about that with her. I don't think she really wants to be watched by the world. But quick little glimpses are okay. When somebody's being really cute on the table. Or I could put it in the hallway. Or I could, actually what I should do is affix another one this way so that we can get a different angle on the table.
or maybe an overhead. Overheads usually don't work out for me though. It gives this weird kind of flicking because of the lighting thing in the cameras. So that doesn't usually work too good unless I hook up another iPhone for that, which I could do that. I could hook up an iPhone for an overhead view. And then that would still leave one extra camera. Decisions, decisions. If we had one in the hallway, you could watch when Lola is playing her Find It games. Good girl. I knew that'd make you jump up, but I had to tell you you were good for that. Good girl. Right there. Yes. Good girl, yes. Very good. I'm very proud of you. Look at you sitting like a big girl. Yes. Okay, come here. That deserves something. That was very nice. Yes, that was very nice. I'm so proud of you. Yes, I'm so proud of you. Today was the best she's ever done in her like 11 years of life on her toenails. And she's being a very good girl. She used to actually be a biter on her nails and her feet. So she's come a long way. Good girl. Good girl, right there. You see how when you start praising them for something, they start repeating the action to see if it's going to get them the praise. And even if it makes them jump up and go, woohoo! Here's her mom. You know, it's still important to praise them for the action that you see is good, whether they pop up on you or not, because you have to tell them when they're making the right decision. And you saw the first one, good girl. You saw the first one, she popped up right away. The second one, she popped up right away. And the third one, she held the sit. So that's very, very good. Yes. Very good. You want to lay down? You can lay down. I can tell you want to. Yes, I can tell you want to lay down. You can. Yes, you can lay down. It's okay. Miss Suzanne likes it. There you go. Good. Yes, good girl. That's very good. And I like praising anything that's calming. A yawn, laying down, sitting down. Because I want calm. And if they pop up or get busy, I ignore it. And then when they go to repeat the action, I praise it. Good girl. See? It's okay that they pop right back up. And a lot of people get frustrated and then they don't tend to praise them because they don't want them to move. But if you ignore them when they make their good girl, if you ignore them when they make the right decision, then they don't know that they made the right decision. You know what I'm saying? And they'll test you. They'll do it over and over and over again to see if that's what got them the praise. They need to know in their own mind, what was it that just got me that good girl? And they'll practice it. Good girl. I've seen it more times than I can count, especially with dogs like who are jumping up on you at home. Good girl. If you have a dog that's jumping up on you at home and you praise them as soon as their feet hit the floor, they'll pop right back up on you again. And then you praise them and when their feet hit the floor again, they'll pop right back up. And you might get discouraged saying every time I tell him he's good, he jumps on me. That's okay. Ignore the jumping on you and praise every time the feet hit the floor. And they'll keep testing you and testing you and testing you. And then eventually it'll work, but it takes time and it takes consistency. And you have to keep praising. Because if you don't, they don't know. And they're not sure. And then they start questioning. Was that what got me the praise? Or is she just telling me I'm a good dog? You know? You're all right, Zoe. Let's see what you look like under the harness. I know. You're fine. And I ignore her barking at me because that's just her. That's what she does. And I know it. That's part of her personality. So I just ignore that. It's like it's not here nor there. Probably a little loud on y'all's end, but that's just what Zoe does. You're fine. Let's see, your face looks kind of messy. Good girl. Hold still. Hold still. Good girl, you're fine. See? There. That was very good. Yeah. That was very good. Good girl. Good girl. And one thing that really helps with a dog like her, because she will go the other way real fast. You know, I'm being grouchy with you. One thing is letting her know you really like her. Even when she's barking in your face. You gotta let her know you really, genuinely love her. Because if you give her any hint of anything else, she will flip on you in a heartbeat. And she'll be like, no, you're not touching my toenails. No, you're not doing around my eyes. No, you're not doing my feet. And I'm going to bark at you a lot. Right, Zoe? That's what you do. But if she knows you like her, then absolutely fine.
Alrighty. Gonna get cleaned up and ready for Jon Snow. He's a cutie, isn't he? See how our poll's doing. So we have 333 votes on the poll. The poll is holding the beard chin hair necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes? 64% say yes, it is necessary, and 36% say no, it's not necessary. Interesting conclusion. But the poll's not over yet. We'll keep the poll running until the day is done. But 333 people, that's a pretty good sized poll. And what's funny is I got through every single haircut today without holding the chin hair. And I didn't injure a single dog. Funny. They all survived. So that tells me that I need to start holding the chin hair on the dogs that I groom to look more professional. It also tells me that people will think I'm unsafe if I'm not holding the chin hair while I groom a dog. That's what that poll tells me. That to be viewed as professional, I should be holding the chin hair. Does that mean I'm going to change my ways? Nope. I guess I'll just have to look unprofessional because I ain't doing it. Why? Do I think it's wrong? No.
Do I think it's terrible? No. I just find the dogs behave better for me if I don't. That's all. They cooperate better. They lay their head in my hand. You know, they just move their head with just this. You know, it's like, I don't have to. So why would I? But then on the other hand, you see me demat. I pick and choose my battles. Like a lot of groomers will not demat. They think that's terrible. I'm not saying that holding the chin hair is terrible, but I do demat a lot. I don't shave down everything that walks in with a few mats in its hair. You know, so a lot of people would think, oh, that's terrible. It's like, no, I don't think so. So I guess I just pick and choose my battles, what it is I want to do and what I don't want to do, you know. All right, Jon Snow's going to go straight into the tub. That's another thing I don't do that a lot of groomers do. I don't do pre-bath brush outs, like hardly ever. I'm kind of backwards on a lot of things. I do pre-clipping. I don't do pre-bath brush outs. I don't hold chin hair. I don't pluck ears. I don't clean anal glands. People be like, what do you do? I cut hair. Right, John? That's what I do. I cut hair. All right, come on, big man. So he gets hand scissored in a very fluffy trim. Judging by the pads of the feet, he's grown out 1/2 inch since his last haircut. So that's about what we're going to take off because that's what they liked. They thought it looked good and it was shorter than usual. So we actually got his hair shorter. He was in a 3 to 4 inch long hand scissored style. Now he's about, I don't know, 2.5 inches on the body. And even though I say I demat, I don't like to. And I try to train my clients out of it. And if they don't come around, then sometimes I start, you know, refusing service because I'm not going to demat a dog on a regular basis, but I will save coat periodically. I know the average groomer would be up in arms about that. Like, no, you can't do that. It's like, yes, I can. And I do. I actually think there's an art to dematting that every groomer should learn, because sometimes you'll need it to save ears or save a top knot so your dogs don't look like complete dorks, or they don't get hematomas on their ears, or you know, you might need to demat the chest on a dog after he wore a harness but the rest of him's good, or you know, you might have a regular full coat client who, you know, had something happen that threw their whole schedule off and it's a one-time event. You don't want to shave the dog just for that. You know, just different things. This is the last dog today. You're all right, baby. So I'm finally going to get around to running our test tonight. I'll fill up the bottles tonight, and in the morning we will strain them. So we were going to run a test for the Crown Royal products. I have the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 in their formulas. And I believe the number 3 has the most conditioner in it, which actually kind of gels up after it sits for a bit. And the number 1 has the least amount, but the number 1 says it's best for drop coats, like the Maltese or the Yorkie or the Havanese. And I find that interesting because it seems to have the least amount of conditioner in it. So I was going to run that test earlier this week. Actually, I ran one, a failed one, because I didn't let it sit up long enough. So I will do it tonight before I log off. We'll fill up all 3 bottles, and then we will strain them in the morning. And I want to see which one has the most gelled up conditioner sitting on top after we strain it. Will it be door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? And you would think number 1 would have the most because it's made for the longest hair, right?
We'll see.
And it'll be a controlled thing. It'll be 3 of these filled up, and they'll all have the same amount of water. It's got measuring lines and the same amount of product. They'll all be sitting side by side. Same temperature, same everything. This looks like it was a much better coat length for the pet parents to manage this month. So far, I don't see any matting at all. The 3 to 4 inches was still a little bit much. But this looks like it's working. Finding the happy balance of a cute fluffy haircut that's manageable.
I don't like to wear those point of view cameras that are like on me because I go up front and handle clients so much. If I was just recording a video and I had the door locked and I didn't have to go up front constantly or answer the phone constantly, it'd be a lot easier. But can't use one of those. I think they're kind of cool, especially when you're doing recorded video, but I like the live stream better. And you know one thing cool about the live streams, when you watch them, you know that they haven't been edited. And my live streams are so long that YouTube won't allow me to go back and edit anything. They're too long. They say, nope, not allowed, even if I tried. So everything is raw and untouched. Actual, factual, straight through grooming. And I think for groomers like trying to figure out how to work in a shop environment and they're still getting their footing, I think it's helpful. At least I hope it is. Ear wash helps dry up any moisture that might have gotten into the ears and loosens up wax and debris.
Nuh-uh. Good boy. You're a good boy. I know. Yes, you're a good boy. All right. You're a good puppy. A very good puppy. Miss Suzanne loves you. Right? Does Miss Suzanne love you? She does. She loves you. Yes. Miss Suzanne loves you.
So if his pet parents are watching, please don't come in before I text you. He knows when you're here, and it makes it nearly impossible to finish him. And it doesn't make me go any faster, it actually slows me down. Because I have to wait for him to calm down, if he will.
Good boy. Turn. Can't remember if he's one that they like a curtain of hair over. I think he is. Just do a very light snip, snip. I don't think they like to see his bum too much. Do you want to see your bum? No, we don't want to see your bum. Nobody wants to see that. It's not that kind of show. No, not that kind of show, is it, sir? Okay. Well, we're almost to 200 likes. 6 to go. Thank you guys. I appreciate that so much. See where our view count is for the day. We're at 16,000 views for the day. And we're at almost 400 votes in our poll. If you haven't voted in our poll yet, it's still open. The question is holding the beard or chin hair necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes? That's the question. And the poll's going to stay open till I log off. All right. Just read Opso Mom's comment. Alright, so when I'm doing a super fluffy hand scissor, like extra full, my go-to is a snap-on comb on the top line and the underline and the chest. So that's what we're going to do now. But I'm not going to round out the sides because I want extra fullness there. So just the top line.
That saves me a ton of scissoring and still keeps a super full haircut. Did I turn my mic back on? I did. So I did the top line. Now I'm going to do the sides of the neck. Up under the ears. Coming down over the shoulders. Down the front of the chest. And then I'll actually do the underline a little shorter. Do a 1/2 inch on the underline. And skim the inside of the legs where he's matting shorter. I know. Come back here. You're not leaving. And doing those areas allows me to keep all this width. So when you're looking down on him, he looks extra wide, which makes him look extra fluffy. So even though he's short up here, he's very long in here. So the comb disappears. But it makes it a much easier finish because you've set your lines. So then I'm just going to go straight up in here and then take some across. It's kind of a flat, boxy look. I don't do any exaggerated tuck up on the underline. I don't do exaggerated angulation on the rear with this, because if you pull it in that tight in those areas, it takes away the super fluffy look that the pet parent wants. I'm going to take some off this underline though, just in a more straight fashion. Basically, I don't like my underlines to drop past the elbow on any dog, unless it's a drop coat or, you know, a breed standard trim that calls for that. But my pet trims, basic pet trims, I like this line to go to the elbow. And I like the back leg on all of them to angle up towards the last rib. And then whether it's a sharp tuck up or not, that depends on the dog. This one's not. Here it's more of a straight line because it keeps that super fluffy look. You can see if you cut an angulation, how much of the hair you would lose. So they don't want them this short, they want them full. So it's not as much about how much hair you leave as it is about where you leave the hair. Gonna round it under. comes straight up from the legs all the way to under the ear. Another thing about this haircut is it's a loose haircut, meaning you don't want a super tight hand scissor. You want a nice hand scissor, but going for super tight means you keep whittling away at it and you lose hair. Basically, what the client wants to see is some movement to the coat when the dog is moving along, a little shake to the coat. And super tight hand scissoring actually causes the haircut to lose character. It's more of this soft, fluffy coat. And the challenge with him is because, you know, he's got this parted coat on his head. He's got one texture of hair on the head and another texture of hair on the body, that if you leave the top line and neck too full, it poofs up all behind his parted hair that he has here. You can see it's a completely different texture up top than it is in the back. So this lies super flat and it'll never stick up. And if you leave this hair here longer, it pushes up into that and it's like a drop off. It's like flat and then poof. So that doesn't work. I had a doodle client with a doodle. She wanted 3 inches of hair on the body, but his head hair was super flat. And he looked so silly. It's like, this doesn't work. Well, I do like it when clients give me exact instructions. If the exact instructions don't work, then I'm like, no. Like that, oh, a little dog. She drove all the way here from Daytona. And the instructions, long handwritten instructions on how to do the dog. And she said, shave the dog's feet like a poodle, as short as a poodle, like shaved feet, like a 30 or 40 blade, except shave them up to the elbow. Leave the hair on the body long and do not touch it. Leave the hair on the face long. Do not touch it. Leave the top knot long. Do not touch it. But shave the legs to the elbow. It looked so ridiculous. Like, oh my gosh. And it was a poodle. And it was blow dried out. And it was like, poof. It looked like a chia pet. Like, on sticks. It was so funny. I followed her instructions to a T. One time I had a client bring in a poodle, and her instructions were make his head square. I'm like, okay, I can do that. It was a regular client. She was really picky, and I'd never done his head square before. You know, he had a mustache and a poodle top knot, and I was almost going to do it. I almost was. Just to be funny. Just to be a smart aleck. But I called her, and I'm like, did you mean that literally? Did I mean what literally? To cut his head square? Did you mean it literally? You want it like a block? And she's like, no, do it like you always do it. And I'm like, oh. So, like I always do a poodle top knot, looks square? I don't think so. Had me doubting my skills for the day. course, you guys all remember the Christmas tree poodle. Do the tail like a Christmas tree. It wasn't a carrot tail. It wasn't a terrier tail. I tried that. It wasn't a tail that was like, you know how when you twist the hair around on the tail and you pull it and then you snip it and let it go, it comes out kind of pointed. Wasn't that. Tried that. I couldn't get it right. And they kept asking me if I know what they mean, and I said no, I haven't a clue. And so that last time when I said I hadn't a clue, they didn't leave their dog with me. But I didn't have a clue, so what am I supposed to do? I don't know what you're talking about. I said, do you have a picture? No. I'm like, well, if you bring me a picture, I can match it. Like, we just want it to look like a Christmas tree. Of course, I was being silly in the live stream that day, and I said, what, should I decorate it? I don't know. Sometimes I get a little silly. Put some lights on it. This dog used to keep a tied up top knot. And I just recently started bangs. It's okay. I do like to leave him a nice heavy overhang of a bang, because he's got really light pigment around his eyes. So I like to give him a visor to help shield him. And then try to leave him kind of a natural flow, framing his face. Keep his eyelashes, because they're cute. And then where this straight hair meets the thick hair, I need to blend that. What do I want to use to blend it? I'll use these. This. It's coming forward. Let's see what we want to do with that. Stay. Trying to keep it natural looking. So it's got like that natural flow, but it's not like falling forward so much. So this side I need to take off a little more. I think I need to go a little more on this side too, but not as much. Will you sit? Thank you. Let me see. And then he ends up too poofy in here, too much bulk. So I'm going to come up under, take a swipe here, a swipe here, and a swipe here from underneath, and then comb it out. And kind of lay down that bulk. Come here. Now we're going to do this side, because they like kind of that dropping down beard thing. It just doesn't need to be so poofy behind his cheeks. Don't do this thinning out thing on your drop coats though. It's okay for like scissored trims, but if you start doing that on your drop coats, you're going to end up with some bad matting. So don't do that. Will you quit pushing forward? Sit. Thank you. Push, push, push. Jeez Louise. Give me a break. Okay, needs a little more bulk out here. And a little bit right there. 44th tooth thinning shears work good for that, or blending shears, or 46 tooth for that bulking out. Also do that right there and right there. When you come up under the hair and do it, it leaves a really natural effect. So it looks like he's born that way. He's still got hair hanging over the eye here. Pull this forward. Thin it off. Still too much. Let's scissor it. You're fine. Stop. Enough. Whenever you see the haircuts that a groomer does, typically they are pet parent inspired. So there's no like right or wrong, except in the pet parent's eyes. What is it they want? What is it they're looking for? Right? So that's still hanging over the eye. Let's see. Right there. That's better. That looks more cleared out, doesn't it? He's still kind of poofy right up behind the ears, just a bit. But I really can't take much of that. And sometimes you guys just get to hear my thought processes as I'm working out what I'm trying to do with a haircut. See, when it's all combed, it looks great, right? But if you wait for them to shake, you can trim it right where it lands before you comb it again. All right, try this again. I don't like how that's sitting over his ears. Bugga bugga. Bugga bugga. Bugga 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 bugga. The more I try to fix that over his ears, the worse it gets. Hate it when that happens. All right, buddy, come here. Let me see those ears again. I also like for my clients to hear as I'm working out a trim because, you know, sometimes they have a specific look in mind and they really like for us to achieve the look. And sometimes we're really, really trying, you know, to keep the hair long on the head, but still get it so it's not sticking out, and get it so it's not falling in the eyes, and get it so it looks natural. And You know, we try and we try and we try, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. But I think if clients can see that we're trying and see that we're trying to get it like they like it, I think that goes a long way. And it might also help them to decide where they want to go going forward, if it works for them. All right. Now, I'm just going to go over him with some blending shears. Smooth everything out. Make sure it all flows. Let him shake one or more times again and see if the hair lands looking decent. Have him perk up his ears too and see if it looks decent, which I know it's not gonna because it's doing funky things. But if I take off any more, it's gonna stick straight up, so I'm not gonna do that. With these extra full trims, they look best combed down, not combed up. But I do comb them up to see if they're even, then I comb them back down. Turn. Thank you. All right, we need to make you a bandana. You go in there for a minute. So give me a chance to look at him on the floor too and see if he looks good. Oh, he looks cute. When they make you smile when you look at them, you know it's all good. Right?
So you'll notice when I put the camera on and when I put them up, how these haircuts, well, they don't look absolutely perfect on the table. Once they're on the floor and they're running around, they do look perfect. And that's what we're looking for, that soft, fluffy look. That's just kind of shaggy, pretty trimmed up. Well groomed. Very, very handsome. And I think his beard looks a little too square, so I'm going to blend that down just a bit, just so it doesn't look so squared off. Let me see. Up, 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 up. Just dropping you up. There's your dad. I guess they weren't watching, because I haven't texted them yet. Actually, it's your mom. All right. Back it up. I guess you're done. You were pretty well done anyway. All right. Put him back in his run while I check him out.
Be right with you. go back to the tub and prepare our little experiment. So one thing to remember, Opso Mom, when bathing the puppy is to be sure to have something non-slip in the bottom of the sink. Puppies really get upset if their footing is slippery. And also remember not to save him. Don't save him from the tub. You don't want to teach him to climb up on you. Hard to do with a baby, but important, right? We know that from watching these other doggies. When we save them in the tub, it creates a very, very naughty dog. All right, we're going to, I'm not going to bother to disinfect the bottles that we're using because I'm going to throw out what we soaked overnight in these things and disinfect them in the morning. So, I'm going to find an extra linen here. Do we have volume? Nope. Haha. I realized my volume wasn't up. Back here talking to myself again. What's new? Where's my scrub brush? I've lost my scrub brush. I want to make sure there's no residue from today in here. Rinse these. Alright, so the purpose of this experiment, if you're new here, I started using these products about a month ago, and I found that the shampoo has the main bulk of the conditioning properties, more so than the conditioner. And I've also found that the different formulas have different levels of conditioning. So with the number 3, when I mix it and let it sit for the day, it forms like a gel layer in there that you can strain out and have like this whole gel layer. I've noticed with the number 1, I don't see that at all, and really haven't seen so much with the number 2. But the number 1 should be the heaviest conditioning of the 3 because it's made for drop coats. Number 3 is made for poodles. You would think it would have the lightest. So what I want to do is conduct an equal experiment. Let the 3 products sit up overnight, mixed exactly the same way as when I see the gel form from the number 3, and then strain them all out in the morning and see if the number 3 does indeed have the highest level of that conditioning property that I see. So I'm just curious, same brand, different formulas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 1 full ounce of product in each bottle. Then I'm going to put 1 cup of water in each bottle. And we will froth them each in the bottle, not like froth, but enough to mix them up real good. And then I will squirt some out of each one, just enough to get this to send bubbles back down in, because that seems to help the process. And then we'll go from there. So and so I remember which is in which one. The number 3 has 3 rings, like latex rings on it, or silicone rings. The number 2 has 2 rings, and the number 1 has 1 ring. So we'll know which one's in which. Get as much of this as I can in there. All right. And this is just for fun. And I assume that what I'm seeing settle in this is the conditioning property because it feels like lotion. I need to order some more of those 1/4 ounce pumps. I really like those. Gives me just the right amount for my frother. Each of the products is a different color too. They're all green, but they're all different shades of green. I don't think I'm gonna go with a full cup. I think I'll go up to the 210 water level here on each one. So just fill each to that line. Except I can't see the line on here. Where'd it go? There it is. Trying to find what I'm looking for. Oh, come on. There it is. Alright, put this back on. Try not to spill it while I do it. I'll wait till I get the lid on. I don't want to mess up. Spill it. So now we're going to mix them. Okay. Do one squirt out with each. All right, just a little more in this one. All right, now I can put this back on. All right, we're just gonna let these sit till morning, and then we'll strain them. All right, let's go see who we have scheduled for tomorrow, and then I'll let you guys go. Oh, and we'll end our poll. I'm really curious if we got some new subscribers that came in just for the poll today. I'm going to see when I log off, because that will tell me. Because I've been averaging 40 to 60 new subscribers a day. So I'll see if that number's up. I'm curious. All right, tomorrow we have, let's see. Nine dogs plus mine, so I'll be doing 11 dogs tomorrow. We'll be starting with Barry, the Shih Tzu, at 8 a.m., followed by Mia, the Yorkie, at 9, Winnie, the Beaver Terrier, at 10,
Eloise the Bee Row Terrier at 11. Cleopatra the Silky Terrier at 12. Frodo the Miniature Schnauzer at 1. Willow the Coton de Tulier at 2. And somehow she's got less time than she needs. I've got to adjust her schedule going forward so she gets more time. And then at 3, we have Carly the Papillon, who is a Faline Papillon, and Abby, a regular Papillon. And we'll start those at 3 o'clock and then 4:30. And then my dogs will be about 5:30 or 6 p.m. I'll actually be going live probably 7:15-ish in the morning so I can get my prep and our little experiment done. So that's what we have for tomorrow. Now for our poll. Let's end the poll. The poll ended with the question, is holding the beard, chin hair necessary to groom a dog safely, especially around the eyes? 64% of you said yes. Holding the beard hair is necessary to trim safely around the eyes. 36% of you said no. Holding the chin hair is not necessary for trimming around the eyes. So the poll has ended. Let me take a picture of that so I can put it in the group that I promised I would put it in. Let me go get a camera. Hold on. I don't want to get my results wrong. They might call me out on it. They're like, you lied. They already called me a liar, saying I actually do hold the chin hair. When I trim dogs, and that I'm lying saying I don't. And that it's not that I don't, I try not to, you know. I try not to. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying I try not to. That's all. So, anyway, we ended up with 17,490 views today and 214 likes, so thank you very much. I thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye. Today's video was brought to you by our own company, Grooming Safer. I designed the Grooming Safer dog grooming harness with the intent to keep pets safe on the grooming table. This product aids in grooming dogs with collapsing tracheas, senior dogs with mobility issues, and wiggly puppies. The Grooming Safer dog grooming harness is also helpful with dogs who gator roll or rear up during the grooming process. The harness fits dogs from 2 to 35 pounds. We also have extenders for the dog grooming harness, enlarging it to fit dogs up to 115 pounds. I personally make each harness as they are ordered. Order yours today at groomingsafer.com.